Okay, good evening, everyone. It's Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we are continuing our playthrough of the series 50 Clues. We're playing the third and last set in this series, so far at least, called Sunshine Island, the Sunshine Island Trilogy. And this is Box 2, Down in the Depths. We've already played Box 1 last week. I am very curious to see if the quality holds up. We were all pleasantly surprised with the first box in the series. We'll do a little recap before we get started, but let me check in with the channel, make sure everyone can hear me. Now, I have changed the stream settings, my long-time settings. I tried to upgrade them a little bit, upgrade the quality of the stream. So it's now broadcasting at 1440. We had a tiny bit of a hiccup with the last stream. I tried this on. I've reduced the bit rate a little bit. So what I'm curious about is if you get any buffering, if the stream appears to hang at any time. If it does, you might want to just reload the page, but let me know. Ideally, we'll be able to keep up this higher quality streaming, but if people are having trouble receiving it, we might have to downgrade back to the way it was. Hopefully, the top-down views will be a little more clear, a little sharper now. All right, so who is with me today, who joined me for the first box, or who watched the first box after it live streamed? YouTube says 7 concurrent viewers. Whenever I do a series of multiple games, it drops each time because who wants to watch part 2 if they haven't watched part 1? So it makes sense we'd lose a couple of viewers. But it is always nice when a couple people get to stay through the whole thing. All right, so if most of us here have played this, I won't do much of a recap of the series. It's a puzzle game, minimal internet use. Let's do a little bit of a recap while you guys tell me what you've been up to. I've been rewatching one of my favorite TV series. Maybe you can guess what it is. Okay, to recap Sunshine Island Part 1. We've got in the game, we have a sister who works at a bioengineering weapons lab or something. And she sent us a note saying, you know, come get me, come rescue me, or there's trouble. And so the whole first box was us traveling to this island in Norway, this biomedical experiment, which is turning people. It's not actually turning anyone into zombies that we can see. It's just killing people. And in the end of the mission, we made our way into some top secret, private, governmental, non-governmental agency conducting medical, scientific research. And we found our sister dead with mushrooms growing on her, killed by this bioweapon. And her last warning to us was something like get to the secret lab or do something. And Gaia was the name of the company that is producing this weapon. We're told a little bit about some kind of conspiracy, right? Like the company purposefully let the weapon, the medical technology get out so it would kill people so that they would get the contract for it, something like that. Jamie says, I was teaching my kiddo how to make spaghetti in a rice cooker. I mean, I use a rice cooker to cook rice. I'm trying to think, how would you cook spaghetti in a rice cooker? That's a little bit of an odd thing. I've never heard of that. There's one of the videos, I think it's there's a guy who does technology videos. He's done a bunch of them on freezers and refrigerator technology and stuff like that. And I think he has one video on how a rice cooker works, the sort of low-tech way that a rice cooker works, and it's pretty cool. The way it knows when it's boiled out. Does anyone know how it knows when it's boiled all the water out, all the moisture out of the rice cooker? I'll just explain it rather than wait. We may have a longer delay now that we're streaming a little higher resolution. Anyway, the technology behind the low-tech version of telling when you've boiled all the water out is that when there's water, because of the way water boils, the temperature never goes above the boiling point of water. As long as there's water in the bowl and it's heating up the pan, it doesn't matter how long it cooks. As long as there's water, it'll never go above the temperature will never go above the boiling point of water as the water turns to gas and evaporates away. But as soon as the water is gone, then the pan rapidly starts heating above the boiling point of water. So in the bottom of these rice cookers are little pieces of metal that react differently above the boiling point of water. So that's how it knows circuit closes when the water's gone because the temperature gets higher. Okay, so that's that. There's a little alarm going off in the house, maybe due to water. I hope my wife can take care of that so I don't have to, although that is wishful thinking sometimes. All right, so shall we get started here? Jamie says, I use the rice cooker to make omelets and pancakes too. What is the benefit of that over a pan? What is the benefit of using a rice cooker over a pan for omelets and pancakes? I mean, you can't really see what's going on in the rice cooker, can you? Maybe if you have a glass lid, you can. Okay, my wife just is going to ignore the alarm. It's just outside of her purview, her domains. We all have our own domains. Her domain does not cover the alarms going off. All right. I can step away, easier to clean in a small kitchen. Yes, can you hear that alarm going off? I'm curious. You can. I can see that you can kind of, she's not going to do it. Is that really it? She's just not going to take care of it. She can hear it. She's got much better hearing than I do. You don't hear it when I'm not talking because the noise reduction, I think she's working on it now. The noise reduction kills it when I'm not talking, but when I talk, then the noise reduction reduces itself and you can probably hear it in the background. Okay, I can hear she's doing something with it, like she's brought it into the other room. Okay, let's get started here. No, now it's back. Okay. All right, so 3 boxes in the series. We played No Sign of Life. It's like the cat scratching at the door. It's just this time it's the alarm and my wife. All right, so box 3 we're not up to yet. We're up to box 2 called Down in the Depths. Now, I do like to thank the Patreon supporters of this channel occasionally, but this is a perfect example of where those of you who help fund this channel through Patreon have made it possible for us to play this game, because I had to order this from Sweden because it's not sold in the US. It wasn't cheap. It's something that I wouldn't spend if I didn't have help purchasing the games, I wouldn't be able to do it. So I really do appreciate that. Okay, Down in the Depths. Now, we don't have to watch the tutorial again because all the boxes work the same way. But we do have to put in the serial number, which I have managed to avoid putting on screen. Not that I think it really makes a difference. All right, let me go and put in the serial. Did you see it? Okay, I'll put in the serial number here without you seeing it. Okay, so we're ready to play. Don't need the box anymore. Okay, let's clean up our workspace here. As a reminder, part 3 will be playing a week from today, the next Wednesday. Okay, down in the depth. Let's see what we got. Okay, so it's our normal little intro. You must watch the tutorial, except that we do not must watch the tutorial. That's our general rules. We know all that from last time. Okay, here's our introduction. Your name is Sigrid, and your worst nightmare has just become a reality. Maybe I can put this here. Your worst nightmare has become a reality. Your sister Gro lies dead on the floor of the underground laboratory. Tiny fungi grow from her body's orifices, and the air is thick with fungal spores. The body is infected with the infectious and deadly fungus, which has spread all over Bornholm in a very short time. So it's escaped into the whole town. Gro was researching biological warfare agents and was on a secret mission for the Danish armed forces. When she didn't respond as agreed, you started the search that led you here. Underground in a large complex of laboratories with a group of enemy guards at the entrance. Gro left you a message instructing you to bring the formula for a possible treatment to a researcher in Sweden. His name is Malm. Agents from Gaia are also after the formula, and the authorities will neutralize the whole of Bornholm with hydrogen bombs in a few hours. There's no time to waste. Wearing a gas mask, you decide to honor her last wish. You must find the formula and bring it to this mysterious MALM. There's a movie with Dustin Hoffman called Outbreak. I recommend you check that out. Check out Outbreak. Did anyone watch Magic since I last actually, maybe I didn't recommend Magic on this stream. On the last stream, I recommended it up the 7 Citadel playthrough. Okay, well, you each get an assignment. Each stream gets a movie assignment. This one is for Outbreak if you haven't seen Outbreak. Okay, it's got a very cool intro. Okay, cards 4 and 5. Jamie says Outbreak is good. 4 and 5. And get rid of 1 and 3, which is our basic cards here. Okay, let's see what we've got here. You've walked a little further into the massive underground complex. Which locker do you take a closer look at? Now, reminder, sometimes these numbers are just like, I want to explore this, but most of the time, when you see this, it's a puzzle and you have to pick the right answer. Now, there is a little, I was going to say this number is not a card referring to a card we can draw, but look, there is one here, 7. So we are allowed to take that 7 card. Okay, it's a close-up of door code B1. There's a 71, which means we can combine this with another card. Entrance to B1, there's a round keyhole at the bottom right of the display. So we've got a little keyhole. So if we have a key, we can put it in here and maybe that'll let us open the door. Presumably the key is going to be maybe in one of these lockers if we can figure out which symbol we want. And I see there's colors up here, red, yellow, blue, black, but I don't know if we need that yet. But what have we got here? 3.1415. Okay, so here we have the digits of pi, the number pi. And what have we got here? the 4 colors that are here in the reverse order. So red is on the right, but red is on the left here. 4 colors, 4 lockers, but I see right now one of them is pie. So I assume we want this pie locker. There's E, which is 1 point, whatever. I don't know what these others are. All right, so I think we're just going to open the pie locker, and maybe that'll lead to a separate, that'll give us the key, but then we still have to put in this number. I guess, my guess is that the code here is going to be the red number 3, the yellow number looks like 5, the blue number 2, and the black number, well, 12. That doesn't really make sense. Okay, but that would be my guess at the kind of thing. So let's start out. Let's try to open pi, which is 042. Unless there's any objection. Feels like that's the right answer. Okay, yes, look at card 6. All right, let's see what we've got here. All right, so it's not going to be that simple. We can't just open it up. We're just looking at the combination. The locker with the pi symbol is padlocked. Enter the code 6 followed by 4 numbers, not digits. 4 numbers to open the locker. So that looks like we have to do what I said, but they're going to be digits. I mean, numbers. So actually, it looks like each number is going to be a 2-digit thing. So I think the first thing we're going to put in is the red, which looks like it's actually 28. Should I zoom in a little more? That looks like we're being told that's 28, right? Because 28, 29, and then we hit the 30. Okay, so that's red. Then we have yellow, blue, and black. All right, the yellow looks like it's what? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 5. The blue is exactly 20. And the black looks like it's 12. Okay, I'm fairly confident about those. And then the question is, what order should we put them in? I'm guessing it's this order on the wall rather than this order. So red, yellow, blue, black. So this is my guess at our number here for this. So 06, 28, 5, 20, 12. That's my guess. Anyone want to disagree with that before I put it in? One of the things I really do like about this 50 Clues series is that if you guess wrong, you do lose a point. You lose a star, and that's enough motivation to make you think twice. It doesn't end the game. It's not the end of the world, but it's enough of a motivation. All right, no disagreement. Remember that because of the YouTube delays, you should just shout. As soon as you have a thought you want to alert me to or a disagreement, don't wait for me to ask. Okay, so we're going to put this in here. And we're just entering this code here. Okay, so let me see if I can't use my keyboard here. All right. 06, 28, 52, 012. Is this a better screen or is this a better screen? You can't see, but even when it's on screen, I've got the camera blocking it. 06 28 52 12. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, good work. You open the locker. Look at card 10. All right, so far we're doing well. Okay. Here's card 10. Look at both sides. Okay. So we've got looks like an air pressurized suit. Like there should be a piece of glass in front of this. We've got a gas mask. We've got some indication that the distance between door B1 and B2 is 10 meters. Here's an example of this black number, which doesn't mean make a choice that could be wrong. It just means grab it. So I think we just put in 101 to grab this suit. What's on the other side? There's our keys. But it's not quite as simple. It's a B blank key, 102, 103. All right, get rid of cards 5 and 6. We don't need anymore. Well, that's tricky, but before we continue, let's go grab this. Now, when we grab it, is it going to make us put it on? Probably doesn't matter. It looks like we can't grab this. It has no number, and I don't see any secret numbers. So I'm just going to go in and put this code in. This is the only mechanical part about this game I sort of take a little bit of issue with. Although I'm not sure. I have to think about it. Like you do this thing, you don't know what you're telling it to do. Okay, it says you change the gas mask and put on the protective suit. Look at card 8. All right, so we've put on the suit. This is the suit. You wrap up the gaps with tape. All right, so I see it looks like some codes on that we've written on our sleeve and a red number here. You change the gas mask, put on the suit, and notice something written in marker on the inside of the sleeve. So this is like the boat puzzle. This is the kind of, I like these pattern games that are woven into a little narrative. So what do you notice here? 0, 1, 2, and then what's missing? 3 and 4. It's probably wrapped around here, right? So probably there is a way to guess to see what the 3 is, the 4 is, the 5 is, 6, 7, and the 8, 9. Well, you can see what's happened. A little dot is adding in. So probably dot, 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 dash, dash is 3, and then dot, 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 dash is 4, and then all dots is 5. And then you start putting the dashes on the other side, 6, 7. So 8 is going to be dash, 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 dot, dot, and 9, and so on. So it probably would behoove us to write this whole thing, because I'm guessing that that's the nature of this little puzzle, that we have to infer what the ones we can't see are. So 0 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dashes. And we've got dot, circle, circle. And then the one we can't see is a 3. And we can't see the 4. We can see the 5. And then the 6 starts like that. 7. And then we can't see the 8, but we can guess what it is. And we can't see the 9, but we can guess what it is. And there's probably no 10, but if there was, it would be like that. Okay, so there's our key. There's our codes, our cipher. What is this? What is this? Like, what are we looking at here? It's like a button? I can't tell what it's supposed to be, though. All right, well, it feels like we're supposed to use a key, put one of these keys in this keyhole, and then put in a code. But what key? Or is there something we're supposed to do here? Like we've got a whole bunch of red numbers. Hmm. I mean, B1, B2? That makes sense, doesn't it? So we're in B1, we should be using this key. That makes sense to me. Does this help us though? 10 meters, B1, B2. I don't see how that really helps us figure out which key. Is it as simple as we know there's a B1 and a B2 nearby? So this must be the B1 with one line? Oh, we changed our gas mask, Corazon says. That's a good clarification. It sounds like we changed gas masks. So we took the one we had on off and took the one that was in the shelf. All right, so we still have a gas mask and this air protection suit. But our first question is which key? It seems like we should be using this key, don't you think? For B1, for the B1 door, which is the door we know we're trying to get out of or get into. Any disagreement there? But before we do that, we have to do something with this. What is this? I need to zoom in on that. I still don't, I'm not sure what that thing is. And uh hmm. This is interesting because it's not like once we put the key in, we're going to have to put in a number into the pad. And what number are we going? Is it possible that it's going to light up in a way that will tell us what code to put in? Then we would know how to use this if this lights up here and shows a pattern. But what is this? What is that? Maybe this just, no, it's red. It has to be combined with another red. You can't do anything with the reds but combine them. So we could try to put one of these keys into that. Is that a keyhole? It's triangular. It doesn't look like it is meant to fit our key. Is there any other white number that we're missing? How bizarre. What about this? Can we open this up? Is that what we're looking at? This kind of looks like this. Like with this handle. This kind of looks like, rather than looking in the locker, that we're looking at. If there's the locker. Are we looking at, is this handle here? This is strange. I guess I'd be inclined to just stick key be this key into here, because that seems likely what we're supposed to do. And then maybe we're going to get some insight into that. Anyone have an alternate idea or have a theory about what this is we're looking at? Maybe I should read these. Entrance to B1, there's a round keyhole. Keys found in locker. Gas mask put on the suit. Something's written in marker. We've chosen what locker to look at. In the locker, we've got B1, 10 meters to B2. Whatever that's supposed to mean. Oh, should we be looking at another locker? That's an interesting possibility. But on what basis? I don't see on what basis we'd look at another locker. But we're looking at one of the few flaws of this system, in that in an adventure game we would just try these lockers and see what there is to see. But in this game, when you do that, it penalizes you. And it says, oh, you shouldn't have picked that locker. It didn't tell us to throw away card 4. It's true, but that's not unusual. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to put this key into this thing and see what happens. So 103.71. Let's see if this is wrong. 103.071. We're putting this key in this door. Yes. You turn the key in the display, which turns on. Look at card 9. Okay, so I'm hoping that I was right, that it's going to give us a code that we're going to use this to match. So card 9. Uh-huh. Okay. You turn the key in the lock, a glowing barcode appears on the screen. Enter the code 9, followed by 4 digits. So 4 digits, and here's a barcode. So we've got our key here, but I don't see how it is. Like, if you were trying to convert this into dots and dashes, you'd be like dash, dot, dash, dot, 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 like 5 dots, and then dash, dot, dash, dot, dash, dot, dot, dot. But that doesn't work for us here. I mean, it doesn't convert. It's not so simple. How could we interpret this? Could we interpret it as, we know it's 4 digits. If this is how you get a 1, All right. Corsican says, I think you ignore the black, just look at the white. Okay, let's say we did that. Let's see. Then we get dash, dash, and then dots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're looking, it's always 5. It's always 5. So dash, dash, and then 1, 2, 3. Those would be 4 dots. Dash, dash, and then dot, dot, dot. Okay, we know what that is. That's a 7. But then we'd go dot, dot, dash, dash, dash. Okay, and then we'd be here. So it would be a 7, and then dot, dot, dash, dash, dash would be a 2. And then we're here. Dot, 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 dash. 4 dots and a dash is the digit 4. Okay, 4 dots and then a dash, and then we need another 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that does make sense. 5 dots would be the digit 5. Okay, I think that makes a lot of sense. If you look just at the bars, then we have 20 white bars, 5 per digit. Dash, dash, dot, dot, dot. Dash, dash, dot, dot, dot. That's our 7. And then here's the tricky part, that the next one starts right off here. Dot, dot, dash, 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 which is our 2. Dot, dot, dash, dash, dash. That's our 2. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is our 4 dots and a dash, which is our digit 4. And then lastly, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dots, which is our 5. That's pretty cute. All right, I'm fairly confident about that. So now we know how to open this thing, but it's not a red interaction yet. It's just solving this. So let's do that. 097245. Oh, 097245. Yes, that was right. Good work. Good teamwork. The big heavy door opens and you enter long labyrinthine corridors. There aren't many sounds other than your slow breathing through the gas mask. But what's this? Some mysterious noises are coming from an old intercom on the wall somewhere. Look at card 11. Now this is troubling to me because we have not used this yet. Oh no, we did use this. We did use this card because that's what we put the key into. Fine. But we didn't use this. This might just be a trick to trick us to think we could put this key in there and something bad would happen. All right, let's follow the rules. You never know with this game because it doesn't show you the things you don't get. All right, so there's noises coming from an intercom. Look at card 11. All right, there's the intercom. It wants us to get rid of cards 7 and 9. Okay, fine. Strange noises emanate from the intercom, which is obviously broken. You can enter the code 11 followed by 4 digits when you understand the noise. All right, so it's clear the way we're going to hear that noise is by putting in this code 111. So let's go ahead and put in 111 to get the information we need to solve this puzzle. Oh, there's actual audio. The sound of the intercom, an SOS distress signal, but there's more. So more Morse code here. All right, well, we've got two. I think this is, we may have had multimedia in 50 Clues before, but it's been a while. All right, let's see if we can hear this together. Okay, so what I heard was Morse code, dot, dot, dash, 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 dot, 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 SOS. And then here's how I encoded the next 4 messages. Let's listen to it again. That's the SOS. Okay, so a few mistakes there. Okay, this is the 4. This is what I've got now. I guess we should do it this way. All right, so I counted 4 5 dot messages. So let me move this around a little bit. All right, let's listen to it one more time. This is how I've decoded it. And these are completely consistent with our code, right? These are all digits in our code. So this top one is 4 dots and a dash, which is the digit 4. And then 4 dashes and a dot, which is the code 9. 2 dashes, 3 dots is the code 7. And then 3 dots and 2 dashes is the code 3. All right, let's listen to the audio one more time, and you tell me if you hear something different than these patterns after the SOS. Okay, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. This might have been a dash here. Get rid of these underneath numbers. What do you say? Was that a dash? Was that 3 dashes at the end, or two dashes? Let's listen one more time. The dash. Okay, good. So dot, dot, and then 3 dashes, which changes this one to a 2. All right, so on the intercom, we hear 4972. All right. Given that, we have to figure out if that's what we want to respond with. Strange noises emanate from the intercom, which is obviously broken. You can enter code 11 followed by 4 digits when you understand the noise. It's a weird narratively thing. Like, how are we going to enter 4 digits into this intercom? What are we doing when we give it these 4 digits? I guess we're just proving we understand it. I guess so. All right, let's go put in this code here. Code 11 followed by our 4 digits. Okay, so code 11 and then 4972. Okay, it's a distress signal from someone in room 4.97.2. In that case, this would be down on level B4. They may be able to help you find the right laboratory. You try to find an elevator or stairs that will take you down to B4, but it seems impossible. Everything is locked or broken. At one point, you find a dead man on the floor. Look at card 12. Okay, there's our dead man with some hidden numbers. There's a dead person on the ground. Wants us to get card 13 and card 19. All right. Let's see what he's got. I don't think we need that anymore. Okay, dead person on the ground. All right, well, there's the key to probably level B4 and a weird key that looks like it's maybe a screwdriver or a can opener. There's his picture, and then he's got some weird diagram here. You find an access card with keys. One key has a triangular head. Aha. Okay, and then we get this card, which is what? What are we looking at? I think we're looking at his wrist. No, that's 13, 19. I don't know what we're looking at here. Look at both sides. I don't know what these are. Yeah, triangular head. Does everyone recognize what that's about? What are these things we're looking at? Okay, triangular head. We know what that's about, right? Don't we? Where's our... Did we throw away that card? Were we forced to throw away that card? What? Where's that card with the... Where's our card with that let us open up? Don't tell me we had to throw away that card. What have I done with it? Oh, it's here. This one. It's this one. Okay, so we still have access to this card. So it seems like maybe we should go back into that room and use the triangular key. Triangular head key into the triangular head thing. You guys are trying to solve the other puzzle, but yes, you're right. These are going to be to make letter pairs and stuff. But should we do this first? Surely we should, right? Let's stick this key into this lock first. There's no way I'm not doing this, so I might as well just do it now. So, oh, it's red. So 081, that's the triangular lock. I'm going to stick this key in at 131. You open the service hatch and climb inside. Look at card 15. All right, well, we've climbed into a service hatch. There's card 15, double-sided. What have we got? You climb down the ladder where a rope is hanging. There's our rope. Dark, you can hardly see anything. There are 3 steps per meter. After how many steps do you expect to find the B4 exit? Enter the code 15 followed by either 60, 120, 160, or 180. Okay. So that's where our famous distance looks like 10 meters between each level. So another 10 to B3 and another 10 to B4, which would be 10, 10, 10, 30 meters. So if there's 3 steps per meter, and we want to go 30 meters, we should go 3 steps per meter, 30 meters. We should go, why aren't we going 90? How many steps? Is it because you climb down the ladder? There's something here too. Climb down the ladder. 3 steps per meter. I suppose we don't know that. Well, yes, we do know that it's meters. This game seems to trip me up on the simpler of things, but let's do this one step at a time. It looks very clearly that it's 10 meters between levels. We are on B1, so B3 would be 20 meters and B4 would be 30 meters. Okay. 3 steps per meter. Seems to me like we should be going 90 steps. But it's trying to give us a hint that it's clearly not 90. But why is it so far off? What am I missing? The floors aren't of uniform height. Well, that's certainly possible, but why, on what basis would we know that? If we zoom in on this, do we get some clue? Okay, I guess we do. Okay, it looks like maybe the distance between B1 and B2 are 10 meters, and then we've got some blanks before we get to level 3 and 4. But how do we know it's not level? Oh, I do see it is actually a 3 and a 4. I guess that's a 4. I might need our microscope to look at that more carefully, but okay, let me just assume that's between 1 and 2 is each 10 meters. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 would get us to B3, and then 60 meters would get us to B4. 60 meters to B4 times 3 would be 180, which is one of our choices. Okay, so I guess that's it. Probably if we had our microscope, I guess that is a B3 and a B4. A little harder to see the 1 and the 2, but okay. 60 times 3. All right, so I think that's it. So I think the answer is 180. Now, before we do that, okay. All right. Well, we didn't need to look at those fine details. We could look at it right here. All right. So that was almost a terrible mistake. Now, they would have been completely within their rights to have me try to guess the 90 and be punished here. All right. Even with this, I missed looking at it. All right. But we figured it out on our own. And we can get rid of cards 4 and 8 now. All right. So we know the answer is 180. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 meters, 3 steps per meter gives us 180. All right, so let's go ahead and walk down it. Should we solve this first, though? Maybe we should solve this first if we can. If we can solve this, maybe we should solve this. Now, you don't think it does, we feels like we could go down to B2. We have the key for it. But the game is explicitly telling us go to B4. All right, so that's that. So now, should we do this first? If we can. All right, let's take a look at this for a second. We've got 4 chips, 4 little squares. It's not clear what box they go in, but if, for example, you put this box here, then what are you doing? You're connecting this letter to this letter, and then this letter to this letter. But then B is going to here. B is going to here, and then here is coming back. So it's like the B goes to the F. Assuming that that's what got put there. That's not clear. So let's look at this for a second. I don't think it's time for us to do this, but I just want to look at this for a second. What this is doing, if you look at these things, it's sending each letter to another letter. And they're never going to each other. There's nothing that ever starts out. It's always all 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's always all 8 in a square are always connected with a line. So in the end, we're going to have pairs. B, E, C, F, D, D, B, D, and so on. So I'm not sure we could ever get a word out of this. It might just be a code. I guess you could get a word out of it. Depending on how you wind up, you would get different words, but it doesn't seem like it's something we need to do yet. I don't think we have to do this yet. Okay, let's go down to level 4. Code 15 followed by there. So we've got 15180 is our answer to that. All right, let's head down. 15180. Look at card 14. All right, we've made it down to level B4. We're getting rid of this card. We don't need it anymore. We've got an access hatch with the triangular key again. I guess we can open this access hatch again if we wanted to. It looks like there's a secret number here. Is that right? Yes, that's a 16 card. All right, you call out of the service corridor and you can see the entrance to B4. Okay, and then in this keypad is, aha. Okay. So, entrance to B4, enter the code 166 when you press the green button. That's fun. Okay, so we're going to have to put these in this in the right orientation, right? Like if we wanted it, if we wanted these two exactly in here, we would combine 194 with 164 in that orientation, and 162 with 191 in that orientation. But if we wanted to put this one here, we would combine 161 with 198 and 195 with 183. So these combinations allow us to insert these any combination in any way. Once we put them in, then we can enter a code. It looks like we probably first need to put our B4 key into here, which maybe we could do at any time, or it has to be done afterwards. I don't know. All right, so that's that puzzle involving these three cards. But before we even do that, do we want to consider opening up this latch, this access door with this key? That feels like what we would do afterwards to leave, doesn't it? Maybe we should do it while we're here. Little tricky. I suppose we should solve this first because it feels like we're ready to do this. We don't need any more information. Okay, so he tells us, though, here is the answer. These should go in such a way. These should go in such a way that they make sense out of these letters. All right, let's look at these letters for a second. It looks to me like they go from A to F. A, B, C, D, E, F. That's it. They're not spelling out a word. It's just the letters from A to F. Let's write these letters down just to see what we've got here. We've got an A, got A, B, C, D, E, F. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 possible letters. And now, do we have 2 of each? It looks like we do. We've got 2 A's, 2 B's, 2 C's, 2 D's, 2 E's, and 2 F's. Okay, so that's going to be the answer to our puzzle, right? The A connects to the A, the B connects to the B, and so on. So the question is, how do we put these so that, for example, the C connects to the C? So it's not going to be this grid at all, but this grid could be set up here so the C connects to the C. Okay, so this is one possibility for the top in this orientation, but we also have this possibility. That's the only choices. It's this way up here, like in this orientation, or this up here in this orientation. Now, here's F, this corner. So that's consistent, but this isn't. So we know this top grid is this one. So we know of our 2 squares, we know it must be that 193 and 194 go this way. So that C will connect to C and F will connect to F, and B is going to go down here. And E is going to go here. So E is going to go here and B is going to go here. There's our B and there's our E. So E goes there, B goes there. All right, next up is this one here. And we know it's not going to be, can't be a repeat of this. All right, D has to go straight across. So it can't be this one, but it could be this way. Here's a D going straight across. And would that do the right thing to E? No. Because that would bring our E down here, which is supposed to be an A. So I claim that that's not right, but it could be this way. That brings the D to a D, but that brings the E to the A again. Also wrong. Okay, what about this side? Okay, here's consistent with D to D. This one says that the E would go up here. E would go like this. That's wrong. So it can't be that one, but can it be this one? D goes to D. Okay, now B goes up here, which is correct. And then our E goes here, like this, which is correct. That's our E. So this is going to be our answer right here. And then we can confirm the last pieces. The A is going to here, which should be an A. Yes, it is. And then lastly, we have a D, which this brings straight across. That's what we checked on. Okay, so there's our answer. It's this one here, 196 and 195. So there you have it. There's our two pieces of the grid. 196, 195, this one at the bottom, and then 193 and 194 is the piece up here. All right, so unless anyone has any objection, and there's no issue about up or down, then my answer is to combine 193 with 161 and 195 with 163. 161 with 193, and then 163 with 195. Okay, any objection? That feels right to me. Doesn't seem like there's any downside to putting those in before we put in the key. Oh, when you press the green button. So it feels like we do need the key in there first. We're going to put the key in and the things, and then we put this code in. All right, so first we have to put in these numbers to set the grids out. They're red numbers, so we're going to do it this way. 161 with 193. Okay. You put the piece in place. Wow, this is pretty cool. Okay, and then the next one I said was 163 with 195. So these are just setting up for the answer. You put the piece in place. Okay, you've put the two green pieces in place. Now, presumably, we're going to put the level 4 key in the hole. We still haven't pressed the green button yet. All right, so unless anyone objects to that, I'm going to go ahead and put 132, the level 4 key, into 165, the round hole. The display lights up. So far, so good. Okay, and now we can press the button by entering 166. But before we do, should we open this hatch first? with the triangle key, or is that what we came up out of? This says we crawled out of the service corridor, so surely we don't need to open it up again now. All right, I think we're ready to push this button. All right, let's take our first break. I'll see you in 8 minutes, and we'll push the button and hope that we don't set off the alarm. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back, assuming nothing has gone wrong. We are ready to activate this button to get into level B4. Okay, we've put the tiles in. We've put the key in according to this guy's chart, this dead guy, and we are ready to put in the code 166. Here we go. Hope we haven't left anything out. You press the button and the door to B4 opens. Shh. Another big chaos of labs and offices. You move around the area a bit. Look at card 18. I still wonder if we should be opening up this. We just came from this. Maybe this lets us... Would we have any reason to go back down? Is there any harm in opening it up? I don't know. All right, card 18. I mean, if we just came from there, surely there's no point in looking in there for anything. Whoa, there's someone behind that door. You find the room where the distress signal came from. The man is too afraid to open the door. The air is thick with fungal spores. Yikes. Okay, 11 and 16. Maybe we just got to have faith that this game is not going to let us make a terrible mistake. It does let you make mistakes, though, but not terrible mistakes. All right, the air is thick with the fungal spores. I don't like the sound of that. All right, I see a secret number, 21, in some sort of burn container, it looks like. It's a fumigator. It's a red numbered fumigator. We'd have to combine it with another red number. The only other red number we have is this. Are we going to pump it into this? We can't pump it into his room. It's red. It must be combined with something. We don't have anything else to combine it with. Except this. We never got these ropes. This is, I'm a little confused by these red numbers that we're not knowing how to use. We never picked up and used these ropes because we had no way to do that. Should we be using these ropes? Should we be doing something with this access door? Like we could open the access door. We could try to grab the ropes from inside. What are we going to do with the ropes? It's a little weird. What is the symbol on the hatch? Electrocution. Electrocution risk. But, I mean, surely we went into that hatch before, didn't we? Maybe we didn't. I suppose the hatch we entered into wasn't an electrocution hatch. Maybe this is a different one. Maybe this isn't the one we came out of. It certainly seems like we just came out of the access panel, which would have been this. But maybe not. Maybe we came out of this. Okay, so that's electrical, maybe. So now if this is not what we crawled out of, then I feel like we should open this. And we're going to get something to combine it with this. But what about these ropes? All right, I'm opening this door because I don't see what else we can do. I don't see what else there is to do. I think we have to open this at some risk. Unless you can think of something else to do, because this is it. These are our cards. I think it has to be this, unless we're missing some secret number somewhere. Seems to me. Oh, there is a secret number right there. Wow, that's easy to miss. 20. Okay, so there was a secret number. Let's see what this card is. Aha. A gas mask with filters and a can of chlorhexidine. All right, so what are we going to do? We're going to put this in here and spray it and kill the spores, right? And then we can give this to him. I think that's right. All right, so I'm going to put this chlorhexidine inside the sprayer and get rid of the spores to make this room safe for him. We're already wearing our gas mask, and this is not something we could put on anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. $202 and $211, unless there's any objection, but you should have spoken up already if there was an objection. Here we go. You mix chlorhexidine in the fire extinguisher and disinfect the room thoroughly. Finally, the man dares to come out. I hope he's wearing his mask. And why do we get no stars for this? I don't know. Look at card 22. I think that guy could have waited a little bit, but all right. Card 22. Here he is. We're getting rid of 18, 20, and 21. Okay, that's good. Here he is. Oh, thanks for helping me out. Looking for room 43539. It's at Balderson in the animal testing department, a bit away. I'm going up now and hope I'm well. Being infected is a death sentence. Look at card 23. The corridor leading down to Balderson's office is blocked by a dangerous-looking fungus, and you dare not continue. Yikes. That is scary. It's an animal testing a bit away. I'm going up now and hope I'm well. Being infected is a death sentence. So this is a little... I find occasionally this thing, like this card is gone now. We can't grab that gas mask or give it to anyone or use it. How could we have used it? We don't know. It's now gone. And I worry the same thing's going to happen with this rope. Like, how could we have used the rope? Now we've got this fungus, and we've got this panel, which I guess we can open, though it's the same, looks like the electrocution hatch again. Yeah, same electrocution hatch. So what should we do? Should we open up this hatch with our key or just pull open this hatch? We don't have anything to interact with this spore, so surely we're getting in here. But do we open this first to turn off the electricity so that we could go into this one? Is that what we should do? We open this one first so that we can turn off the electricity so that we can enter into this one safely? We're going to have to go into one of these. I wonder if these numbers are here just to throw you off, just to offer you wrong things to do, because I just don't see how some of these red things we're supposed to interact with. Key first. Why? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know either, but it sure seems like we have the key. That's what we should do. All right, we're going to try to open that thing there, which is 131 and 141. And let's see what happens. Okay. So we're going to take our key, 131, and we're going to put it into this door, 141, and hope we don't get electrocuted. You open the electrical cabinet in the wall. Look at card 17. Okay, looks like that was the right thing to do. Aha! Look at this cool diagram. An electrical cabinet where some of the symbols have been worn off. You can enter the code if you want to disconnect a wire. So surely we're going to try to disconnect this electrical so that we can enter it. But the question is, do we need to open this door first to know what code, what wire we're looking to disconnect? I think we are going to, right? Because if we don't know what access store that is, I'm not sure we have any basis for knowing what power to shut down. Looks like there might be letters on that, but like looks like maybe it looks almost like a little bit of an E and a B, but not really enough, or like a 5 and something, but not clear enough. Let's look at these for a second. How strange. So it sounds like it's telling us that some of the symbols have been worn off. Some of the symbols have been worn off. You can enter the code if you want to disconnect a wire. So we can turn any of these off, and they're connecting this with this, this with this, this with this, this with this. We don't know what those are, but what do we... The top line is switching from top, middle, bottom, top, middle. Is that a sequence? Top, middle, bottom. Blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red. It looks like that's what's happening. This top line is going down each time, cycling around to here. And blue and red is alternating, cycling around to here. And this circle is rotating clockwise and cycling around here. Okay, so I think given that that pattern is recognizable, I can tell you what pattern should be on any of these. And I think that that's all we're going to get out of this. I don't think we're going to get numbers out of these. So that means that I think that means that we're going to open up this hatch and we're going to see a colored symbol, and that's going to tell us a symbol that's going to be down here, and that'll be which one we shut off. So I'm fairly convinced about that. So I think I'm just going to open this hatch to see which it is. 231. Look at card 24. So if I'm right, we're going to see one of these patterns, one of the patterns we're missing that we're going to have to infer. Yes, sure enough. Wow, there's the spores. Dangerous power cables in the service shaft, and there are no steps to get down. Enter code 241 when you think it's safe to continue. Okay, so let's figure out which one of these is going to be this. So we know this is going to keep rotating. So it looks like it's 2 steps. If the orientation is right, the next step would have this black here, and the next step would have the black here. This line should go in 2 steps, back up to the top and then to the middle. So that's also consistent with being 2 steps in the future. And then blue and red is also consistent. So that's the answer. This symbol is at 172. So that's our answer, 172. Any disagreement with that? Anything more complicated? It can't be rotated upside down because that symbol doesn't happen in the next 4 steps, right? It goes black, 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 black. Okay, so this black would come down to this spot over here. Red, blue, red, blue, red. The red would come back over here. But what about this line? It would go top, middle, bottom, top, middle, bottom. Sorry. Top, middle, bottom, top. That's why it's wrong here. So it has to be at this orientation, which puts us at 172. Okay, I agree with 172, says Corsica, but I think we need to connect the rope to ourselves before we go into the hole. Well, there's no way to do that. We don't have a way to connect the rope to ourselves. However, we could connect the rope to this. We could try to connect the rope to the ceiling beam. That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. Assuming this number represents the beam, okay, let me see. Dangerous power cables in the circuit. There are no steps to get down, so we are trying to go down. Okay, I like this idea, and this is a good time to take a reminder that even though the ropes are here, this game doesn't work like that. In a real other game, this would tell us, like, go get the ropes, and now you're carrying them. This game just leaves them here until you need them. All right, let's see this. It certainly can't hurt us too badly to try combining these. I like your thinking. I like your thinking. Let's try it. Okay, we're going to say, take the ropes, which are 151, and string them across the beam here at 232. You throw the rope up over a pipe in the ceiling and tie it down. It'll hold. All right, well done. Well done, Corsican, and me. Good teamwork. Okay, that's good. And part of the reason we were able to do that, to be smart enough to do that, is we spent a lot of time thinking about the fact that we've got these cards and numbers that we don't know how to use. And then when you put all the pieces together, we realized, aha, we can make use of that rope. All right, well done, Corsica. All right, so we're in agreement that 172 is going to be this symbol where it appears. So 240, let's see. So to disconnect it, we just enter the code. So we're just going to enter the code 172 here. And that's going to turn off 172 to disconnect it. You turn off the power to this group. Now, it's tempting to just turn off the power to everything. Like, why not just turn off the power to everything? But we know that can't be what we're supposed to do. So we've turned off 172. We've tied the rope. So now when it's safe to continue, that's another one of these games' little tricks. Like, it's like, make sure you've done everything you want to do to proceed. It doesn't tell us when you turn off the power. It says when it's safe. It wasn't going to warn us about that rope. I wonder what would have happened if we didn't do the rope. How bad would it be? We don't know. 241 when we think it's safe to continue, which I believe it is now. 241. Is there anything else we need to do? We've used our keys. We've used the rope. I believe we're done. Unless there's a hidden number we haven't seen, we are ready. You grab the rope tightly and start to lower yourself into the hole. Look at card 25. Okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Card 25. 14, 15, 17, 23, and 24. So a whole bunch of cards go away. 14, 15, 17, 23, and 24. Okay, all these cards are done. We still have a couple, though. Okay, you enter a kind of a crawl space with cables and pipes everywhere. Someone dropped a screwdriver. And then it says, look at card 26. You pass two crossroads, after which the carder turns sharply left and then right. At the next crossroads, you take the carder to the right and continue straight ahead as far as possible. You're now at a T-junction. Where are you? Enter the code 26 followed by a letter. Okay, a little spatial puzzle. Now this this is our, just like the rope. Like, we don't get to say, pick this up. It doesn't go into our inventory, but as long as we have this card, I guess we've picked up the screwdriver. We're just assuming that we're carrying the screwdriver now. It's represented on this card. All right, so this is a little spatial puzzle. It says you pass 2 crossroads, and then the card turns left. So we're looking for, where did we come in? Did we come in at a letter? We don't know. But we passed 2 crossroads, and then we must turn left. Are we going straight when we pass the crossroads? We don't know. But we must turn left. So you could imagine that we must turn left. So you could hit here, but at the left and then right. So that doesn't work. Left and then right wouldn't work. If we were going this way, we could turn left and then right. That doesn't seem right. Past 2 crossroads, after which the Carter turns sharply left and then right. The Carter turns left and right. So we have to be looking for an S. Carter turns left. Like, if you were going this way, the Carter would turn left and then right. What about this one? Here we go. You pass 2 crossroads. It turns left and then right. At the next crossroads, you take the Carter to the right, continue straight as far as possible. You're now at a T junction. Where are you, K? That's it. It's right there. So we started here. We passed 2 crossroads. The Carter turns sharply left and then right. At the next crossroads, you take the Carter to the right and continue straight as far as you can. You're now at a T. Where are you? So we're at K. So 26K. That's what I claim the answer is. And we could check for any other place that would be consistent with that. We're looking for this little jog, left and then right. I don't think we're going to find it. I'm pretty convinced about it. Are we coming from B, B1, B4? We're in B4 and we're going down further is where we're going. All right, I think this is the answer though, 26K. If anyone has any objection, you should speak up now. Otherwise, I'm going to put in this code, 26K. You crawl back up among offices and laboratories. Before long, you find the room you're looking for. Card 27. Okay, and it says we can get rid of 19, 22, and 26. These 3 cards are done with. All right. You find Balderson's laboratory, but the door is locked. Okay, there's the room we're looking for, 43539. Weird sounding door. It's on B4 level 3539. I don't know what that means. We've got a screwdriver though. We've also still got these keys, should we need them. Okay, and you can see this is held on by screws, so it feels like we should unscrew that grating. I can't see the real harm in that. We're wearing our gas mask. Surely we should do that, right? The door hole doesn't look like it's round or triangle, so I don't think these keys are going to work in it. So I think we should just use our screwdriver here. All right, so you better stop me anytime you don't want me to do something. 251, 271. I really don't see the harm in this if we're wearing our mask. All right, screwdriver to unlock the window. You unscrew the frame and unlock the door from the inside. Okay, that was easy enough. Card 28. All right, we're inside. We get rid of cards 12 and 13. Done with this, as well as card 27. That was easy enough. So, okay, this is just a little decoy. All right, here we are in this room. I see a whole bunch of secret numbers, 31, 30, and looks like 29. Okay, 29, 30, and 31 are the secret numbers. 29, 30, 31. Anything else? Not really. Doesn't look like there's anything important on this card other than these things. I see a safe, it looks like. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Balderson must have left the notes on his desk, but the last page has been torn out. And then we've got this, a little rat warning sign, a floor plan with the animal testing facilities on the wall. Which room do you want to visit? And then we've got the floor safe, which says the safe in the laboratory is protected by a code. Enter the code 31 followed by 4 digits. Okay, so we've got a 4-digit code, which we have no idea what to do with. Digits go from 0 to 9. And then we've got rat testing rooms we can visit. We can visit rooms 120 to 159, 80 to 119, 40 to 79, 0 to 39. All right, so they go from 0 up to 159, and then they continue up this way. And then what is this? Wow, that's weird. So let's look at this for a second. How weird is this? That's some sort of code here. It looks like ARAA. AAAB is rat 3130. What on earth does that mean? And then we've got this. White, white, black, white, black, white, white, black, white, black, white. That's weird. That's weird. Okay, let's think about this for a second. The only way for us to proceed, assuming there are no more hidden numbers, which there aren't, we've got 2 possibilities here. If we knew the code, we could open the safe. So one possibility is this is going to give us a key to open the safe, which will tell us what room we want to go to. The other option is that we can use this to figure out what room to go to, which will get us information about the key. And then the third possibility is that this page has information both on the key combination and on what room to go into. So who's it got thinks that this top might be for this. Okay, let's think. So let me see something here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Got 11 spaces here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dots. So each grid we walk through looks like it has a dot, and we're looking for a 4-digit code. So I think maybe that's the blacks. 1, 2, 3, 4 blacks. So in other words, white, white, black. And I think that's corresponding to this. So this is a 3 by 4 grid. Oh, look at the small dot, big dot, small dot, big dot. Okay, there you go. So this grid is going blank, 0, blank, 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. So now I'm not sure what the order is though, but assuming, well, we don't know what the order is, but we can look at it both ways. So we've got, here's a 0. Let me just do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. Probably smaller to higher. I'm not sure. Okay, but let's see. So on our steps here, we've got the first step. If I go from bottom to top, I'm not sure why I should. Yes, we know why we have to. Because if we go from top to bottom, this would be a black dot, which is not a number. So we know it must start down here. So that's our 0. We go 0, blank, and then we get a 9, which is a dark colored number. So that's our first digit. Then we go 8, 7, which is also a dark colored digit too. And then we go up 4, 1, 2, which is another dark colored digit, our third one. And then we go 3, and then we go down here, which is our fourth digit, which is a dark colored one. And then here 5, which is white. So in other words, we're tracing this path. There's our path, and it's blank, blank. That's our first digit, blank, our second digit, blank, blank, third digit, blank, fourth digit, blank, following these dots up here. So starting at the 0, we've got blank, blank, first digit, blank, second digit, blank, blank, third digit, blank, fourth digit, blank. So our code should be 9, 2, 3, 4. And it wants us to proceed it by 31. Okay, so that's what I've got. Anyone disagree? That's pretty clever. So we're just using this for the code. We're not dealing with this yet. $31, 9, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, not 9, 2, 3, 4, 9, 7. Yes, you're right. Sorry. Thank you. Boy, sometimes the sloppiness is just extraordinary. Okay, 31 is the code, and then we want the digit 9, then the digit 7, then the digit 2, then the digit 6. I shouldn't have put these numbers on them. So 9726. 9726. Yes, thank you. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm going to open the safe. 319726. Well done. You open the safe. Look at card 32. Okay. Fun. All right, so we're done with the safe card. And what do we see in here? You open the safe. At the top is a stack of memory cards with 8 letters written on each. Enter the code 32 followed by the 8 letters for the memory card with the working formula. So here we have 2 sets of 8 letters. So maybe one of these is going to be the answer. Maybe the one with the live rats. I don't know. Maybe it's too soon to say. 38, 39. But actually, maybe this is the right answer over here. But okay, let's look at 38 and 39 before we try to answer this. Okay. 38 and 39. So 38 is a little sliding puzzle here. Oh, I hope I don't have to solve that without an actual puzzle in front of me. All right. So there's that. What use is this? We don't know. And then 39 is a sheet of paper with codes on it. It looks like it's an 8-letter pair that gives you a number. 8-letter pair that gives you a number, an 8-letter pair that gives you a number. I don't know why I say pair, but they're pairs of 8 letters and numbers. And then this says, look at the other side. Okay. Here's the letter I guess this Dr. Balderson wrote. It feels unreal to be so close to a treatment without a clear result. It's an unfair race against time after the outbreak. How long before the authorities take action? Gaia is after us as well. I have no doubt about their intentions. Their secret biological weapons division will shut down if we find an effective treatment. By the time you read this note, it's likely I'm no longer alive. Gaia, infected or wiping out the whole island. My life is insignificant, but our research must be taken to Malm in Sweden without Gaia stopping us. The rats can reveal a possible effect. And don't forget the encrypted memory card and the sample vial itself. The rats can reveal a possible effect. Don't forget the encrypted memory card and the sample vial. So we want a sample vial, we want the rats, and we want the right memory card. Okay, well, we haven't seen any sign of a vial, but we've got a whole bunch of cards now to work with. What room do you want to visit? So if we wanted to, let's see, 3130. I mean, if we look up one of these here, let's just see what we get. We look up one of these set of 8 codes. This bothers me here. I can't tell what this is meant to be. That must be an A, right? A. Yeah. Okay, 4A's, and then, so let's just look for our 4A's here for a second and see if we can't find. Here's 4A's followed by 4B's. That's not what we want. There's no more 4A's. So we're not going to get the exact codes here. Is there a pattern to this? Boy, if there is, that's a tricky pattern. We've just got A, B's, and C's. It doesn't look like it's a... It doesn't look like it's a pattern we're going to be able to make sense out of, to me. Like CCC, AAA are very close together. These are very far apart. The C's in front have a tiny number. The A's in front have a big number. So I don't feel like we're supposed to decode what the relationship. I don't feel like we're supposed to figure out how to convert a letter to a number. But then what are we meant to do? And this isn't this page. It's not a lined piece of paper, so it's not like the missing paper. And yet, it sure seems similar. Like, so you can't do anything with this. This doesn't have any numbers on it for us to use. There's no hidden numbers. There's no code. This does not seem like it's got a nice, clean, simple way of mapping this. So let's not worry about mapping this for a second. Let's try to brainstorm what we're supposed to be doing. We want to pick a room to visit. This is where the rats are. The instructions he left us told us the rats can reveal a possible effect. Don't forget the encrypted memory card and the sample vial. We're supposed to pick a room we want to visit, presumably to get a rat that has an effect. Is it this rat we want? Room 31? It's weird because room 30 and 31 would both be here. That's weird. What is this trying to tell us? And then this says 32 followed by 8 letters for the memory card with the working formula. So surely it's not just that that's the letters for the working formula, because that's the rat. That doesn't seem right. Huh. So we got 2 puzzles in front of us. One is we need to figure out what memory card has the working formula, which is going to be an 8-letter code. So it could be one of these, or it could be one of these 8-letter codes based on something here. If we knew what number we wanted, we could find that code. Do we want this number? 1, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 8. That's too big a number for us. It's not going to show up here. What have we got here? They're all 5-digit numbers? Yes, they're all 5-digit numbers. Is there some way we get a 5-digit number here? Has he disguised the correct number in here? So if we figured out what number he was trying to tell us, we could get an 8-digit code here. And sorry, if we found what 5-digit number he was trying to convey here, we could use this to look up what 8-letter code has the solution. 5 digits. I mean, 2, 10, 14 would be 5 digits, but on what basis would we choose those 5? Just because, I mean, like, what about these 5? What about these 5? What about, I need to put this where I can see it. What am I looking for? I'm looking for, some number that would be suggested by this. Let me see. It could be a pattern too. Pattern you would draw here. Doesn't tell us what rat room to go into. Even if we do solve this, it would just get us the memory card we want. It feels like this is telling me one of these, which is mapping from a number to an 8-letter set. On what basis would you pick a 5-digit number from this? What could you do? You could look for the numbers that are out of order, like the 2's out of order, the 8's out of order, and the 12's out of order. That's just 4 digits, though. I suppose that is ignoring the fact that we've got things here that seem significant. Here are the numbers instead of the letters. Find numbers that start or end with 3130. See if we can link that. Could the A, B, C, and D correspond to the rows on the sliding puzzle? That's a pretty good idea. Except we don't have D's. We don't have D's. We just have 3. We have A, B's, and C's, right? There are no D's in here. All right, rather than try to solve it, let's try to think through this again. It feels like this, surely this and this are saying something similar. Like these are the 8-letter combination. This is saying A, is 30. And then you go down, you change this one B to an A and you get 31. Which is a very weird thing. Our closest thing is here. Triple 4 A's and 4 B's turn to 60975. Something very strange. And this seems like it's connected to this in ways we don't understand. And this makes sense that it's a hint to him about which memory card is the right card to take. The memory cards are all labeled by 8 letters. Then the question is, if we can figure out the memory card number we want, then we would know what letters to take. Feels like this could be trying to tell us what memory card number we want. 12, 13, 14, 15. Can we see any of those high numbers here? Here's a 13, a 14, and an 8. Wow, this is a tricky one. Are they all a difference of 39? They're moving in directions that are totally unpredictable. It's not a sequence. Look, it's going from 11,000 to 56,000 to 88 and down to 70, 78, 85. It just feels like it's totally, I'm not saying it's unpredictable. It just seems so wildly. On the doors, 39 plus 30 plus 40 plus 40 plus 40 plus 40 plus 40. So we're going by 40s. Zero to 39, 40 to 79. Just, I don't even know, like, this feels like a different puzzle. Could be the same puzzle, but it could be a totally different puzzle. Okay, this is fun. These are, we've had an easy time with most of the puzzles. They've all been very logical, so this one is going to be no exception. So we finally got a real challenge. Let's sort of embrace it and appreciate it. Let's appreciate the moment we're in here and not be in any rush to solve this. Okay, let's do this systematically. First, are we missing any numbers anywhere? Are there any hidden numbers that we're not noticing? Let's make sure we're not making that kind of mistake. Okay, I don't see any other numbers that we're missing. We've got 38, 39. All right. Now let's read all the cards again with a fresh eye and make sure we're not missing any instruction. The open safe. At the top is a stack of memory cards with 8 letters written on each. 8 letters for the memory card with the working formula. So one of these memory cards has a working formula. And here it looks like each memory card is mapped to a number. All right. Then we've got here, it says he must have left the notes on his desk, but the last page has been torn out. We don't have access to this last page, which seems like it might be more mappings from letters to numbers. And I note that we don't have this page. Like this isn't that page because it's a lined page. And the back side of this isn't that page. Now let's read this again. Don't really be so close to a treatment. How long before the authorities take action? Guy is after us. By the time you read this, it's likely I'm no longer alive. We must take it to Malm. The rats can reveal a possible effect. Don't forget the encrypted memory card and the sample vial itself. Okay, no more secret messages, numbers, but we think we want the rats with their effect, a vial, and the memory card. All right. In the safe, on the same shelf with this, is this. Didn't they have anything better to do? This is assembled in a very specific way. It feels like this is a code that's being given to us. But we don't know how to read this code. It's not in the, it's almost in sequential order, but not quite. And it looks like there's 2 puzzles for us to theoretically solve. One is deciding what rat room to go into, and the other one is deciding what memory card to take. So you could look at this and just say, go into rat room 31. Like, it's possible that it's as simple as just going to this room first to get some information that will help us do the rest. That's a very odd choice, though, because both of these rooms, 30 and 31, would send us to this number. That seems wrong. So we were trying to solve this for a second. Let's think for a minute how we could solve this. Assuming we don't need to solve this first, how could we solve this? Or is it that once we find the right memory code, we could convert it to get a rat room? I wonder if that's correct. I wonder if once we knew a code, we could convert that using this formula into a rat room. All right, let me think about that for a second. This is a weird little pattern, but it definitely seems like you could get it. Very weird. You're going up in numbers. Is this a clue that the numbers only ever go to 239? 0 to 239, or all of our rats never get in a room higher than that? It's a weird thing, though, because even if you were doing binary, you'd get up to 256 with 8 letters. Well, let's take a break. It seems like maybe the channel has figured something out. I'm not really ready to, well, I don't know, but it's time for a break. We'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll continue. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we are stuck on a puzzle that seems substantially harder than the rest of the puzzles in the last two boxes. On the other hand, it's a very intriguing puzzle. In fact, we've got two puzzles here that we don't know how they interrelate. Could the number, let's see, maybe we should compare numbers instead of letters, find numbers start 31 or 30, see if we can link that. Could the A, B, C, D, we talked about that before, how there are no Ds. Could the number under the rat picture indicate the difference in the room numbers, like door 305? I don't know what that means. If you had A4 and B equals 3, then adding the 8-letter codes gives 31 and 30. That's an interesting idea to add them up, but that seems counterintuitive. Could that mean C is 1 since 2 is missing? I don't see the logic there. DJ Moneycut says, I'm imagining what could be on the torn out page, possibly 29 and 28. Shower shows circling. I'm not going to worry about the shower. Okay. Well, you know my preference is to not try to when you get stuck, to not try to solve, but instead just brainstorm observations. So let me try doing more of that. Brainstorming observations are 15 puzzles on the same page with this. It's a 4x4 grid. Missing one. That means 15 spaces. We've got rat rooms that only go up to 239. Whatever that means. 39 rats in a room. This is particularly odd. I mean, my gut tells me that this is not like binaries would be A and B, so ternary, but it can't be so simple. It can't be such a regular mapping. It's not like a ternary number because you'd never always get 5 digits. It's very odd that you always get 5 digits. 8 letters, 5 digits. I'd almost be thinking that you'd get, you know, a pair of letters to each digit, but 8 letters always maps to 5 digits. That's very odd. There's something very weird about that. This is particularly strange. Like, why is AAAB 31? This is a 30. And then we look at something that's kind of similar. 4 A's and 4 B's is the number 60,975. That's so weird. We don't know the significance of this being scrambled. So let's just think for a second rather than try to brainstorm solutions. Let's just think for a second. Let's say I gave you the way to decode this. I gave you the formula for turning letters into a 5-digit number. If I gave you the formula for that, what could you do with that? What would you do with that? If I gave you the formula for this, how could you use it? How could you use it? There's 2 puzzles we're trying to solve. What room to go in of these 6 rooms? And then which memory card to take, which is what 8-letter sequence to take. So if I gave you the code for this, how would you know what sequence to take? Should it be... Okay, so here's one way to think about it. Should it be that we're looking for a sequence of letters that point to a room in this range? The numbers 0 through 239. And once we got that sequence of 8 letters that told us it maps to the number 200, then we would know to go in this room and we would know both answers at the same time, the sequence and the room. And then what's the theory about why these are all 5-digit numbers, but these are 2-digit numbers? Does it mean that these are mapping 8 letters to a 5-digit number? They're all 5 digits. And then when we look over here, this is telling us that this is the number 30. I find that very bizarre. What was the room number? That's a good question. We're told to throw out that card, so it shouldn't be relevant for us. It should absolutely not be relevant for us anymore. But 43539, 43539, that's awfully coincidental that these are all 39s. It should not be legal that we should need to recognize this, but it is awfully coincidental that these are 43539, and 39 is our range here. We're on the 4th floor. 3539 is our room. What do we think the red numbers represent? Individual rats? I guess so, like batch number 0 through 39. So we've got 6 rooms, and each room contains a batch, 39 different batches of rats. Trying to show you what you need to see. All right, let's stare at these numbers a little bit more. Is it possible that this is giving us some hint about rotating? Is there any pattern to the digits? Ending 9, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 6, 1. They end in any digit. They start in any digit. Sometimes they're even, sometimes they're odd. They're always 5 digits. I don't see how, even when we get it, we know what to do. Boy, that is just bizarre. It's just bizarre. I really hope this is not disappointing when we get the answer. I really don't want to give this game bullets. The part that I'm really struggling with is just the nature of what it wants for an answer. If we figure out this code, what are we supposed to do with that? Doesn't give us any of the answers. Doesn't give us any of the answers. So let's think about it differently. Is it possible that these two rats are in this room and we're supposed to go in this room and then get more information? This is the one part I really... It starts out as a mild complaint, and then when you really start to get frustrated, the complaint escalates. But this is a real flaw in this game. If you're designing a game like this, you need to think about this. It's a real frustrating flaw that we don't know if the game is saying, here is a puzzle, figure out the right room to go to, or if the game is saying, hey, just visit rooms and you'll learn more information. All right, we're going to go to this room. It's really unfairly frustrating that it's not clear if this is a puzzle where you're supposed to figure out what room to go to, or if this is where you go to get more information. However, I will note, it's very rare that we get a case where there's lots of potential numbers and it means for us to visit them. But all right, we're going to go to this one and then be plenty angry if that's what it wanted us to do. So I'm going to go and get my bullets ready because I'm going to be unhappy if it wants us to go, if it wanted us to just walk in that room for fun to see what we could see. We could take a hint too. Yes, we could. It's just that for a game where we've had an easy time with the puzzles, I hate to do it. Is it better to be wrong or take a hint? I don't know. We're just going to go into 304 and then be angry if that is if that's what it wanted. If what it really wanted us is just walk into 304. All right, let's go into room 304 and see. Now, what am I hoping for when I hit enter? I'm hoping it says wrong answer. Fuck you. Come on, guys. That's so wrong. It's just wrong that we spend an hour with this game doing a poor job of explaining what it wants from us. All right, look at card 35. Yeah, that would be worse. Corsican says, we better not have walked into the right answer. That would be much worse. It's already bad enough that seems like what it wants us to do. But all right, we'll see. Maybe this is just going to say you picked the wrong room. Then I won't be so upset anymore. No. The air is thick with fungal spores, and had it not been for your gas mask, the stench of dead rats would have been unbearable. But what's that squeaking sound? There's life in cage 28. And now it wants us to get rid of card 30. So that's it. That's it. This card is done. This puzzle is done. That was the right answer. What? What? What on earth? Totally ridiculous. Not even clear what is going on. And now we got a similar problem. At least we don't have to figure out how to answer this card. But now we're in a situation where what do these red numbers even mean? There's life in cage 28. Should we be looking at 28s now? Should we be looking at 3128? Or 3028? What is going on in this game? All right, so I think you're right. I think you're right that we found it was in 28. And then maybe if we know, okay, that makes a little bit of sense. If we know that 28 is AAAABBBB, then we know what that number is. So can we map this to 28? So 31, and then we're saying if we take 1 away, we get 30, and then B 29, and then B 28. Each one subtracting 1. So if we know that the rats are in room A, B, 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 we know this is rat 28, where we're seeing life here. There's rat movement in 28. 28 maps to this, and then if we look at this, we actually see our AAA, triple B, which is somehow written here as 60975. Why is this what does this 60975 mean? Nothing, as far as we know. The game is only asking us for the 8 letters. So I guess we think that these are the 8 letters. What is this used for? Maybe it's going to be used later, but I guess we think we know this answer here. 32 followed by the letters that seem to match up to 28 where the rat is. I'm going to go put this in. I'm just plenty angry. This is going to be the memory card is represented by an 8-letter code. So it's only asking us for the 8 letters. So assuming we think that the rats in room 28 have this letter code, I guess that's what we want here. 32 A B B B B. Any objection for this? I find this really upsetting. It never asked for letters before. Yes, it does ask for letters quite a bit. All right, I'm going to click submit. No one's objecting. You find the correct memory card with the formula on it. Look at card 33. Okay. I guess maybe we're gonna use the numbers in a bit, but I'm already on tilt. The memory card with the working formula, take it with you. Now it's time to find the sample liquid itself. Look at card 34. Now we're looking for so we're done with what? We're done with this, card 29. Okay, card 34. Okay, this looks like our sliding puzzle. Access to laboratory samples. Enter the code 34, followed by a 4-digit code for the door. And this looks like it's this. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and blank here. What do you think? How do we... So it seems like we could solve this. Do you think it's the numbers that get shifted? Like this 2 gets shifted up, the 8 gets shifted up, and then the 12 gets shifted up. So could it be 2, 8, 12? On what basis do you even go to that rat room? Just because 31 and 30 are listed? I guess so. Yeah, that was a terrible puzzle. That was a terrible puzzle, that AB puzzle, rat room puzzle. Terrible and terribly structured, terribly explained, terribly set up. It's like they're committed to putting some bad puzzles in this game where most of them are good. All right, let's get back on track here. Let's get back on track. It's clear that this maps to this. And this seems like they want us to solve it. We shift this up, we shift these over, we shift the 8 up, we shift the 12 up. We need a 4-digit number. On what basis are we going to pick those 4 digits? Four-digit code. I guess this is the pin pad we're writing it in, and this is just his reminder of how to use it. So what might it be? It might be all the single digits that get moved, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 6, the 7. That doesn't make sense. That's 5 digits. How do you get 4 digits from this after you solve it? It's clearly indicating that you've solved it. 2 goes up, 6 and 7 shift left, 8 goes up, 12 goes up. Any other clues here? We've got some lines that look like they're drifting off to the side here. We've got a little mark here. I don't know if we should take those as significant. You could look for the digits that are out of order. What are the digits that aren't where they belong? 2 isn't where it belongs. 6, 7 isn't where it belongs. 8 isn't where it belongs, and 12 isn't where it belongs. So you could say 2, 6, 7, 8, and assume that it's just going to ignore the 12. Let's just think of theories. So 2, 6, 7, 8. That would be the same answer you get. No, if you looked at numbers that moved up, you'd get 2, 8, and 12, which would be 2, 8, 1, 2. 2, 6, 7, 8. The problem is that you've also got the 12 that moves, and you'd just be saying, well, we're just going to ignore it. Maybe it's the number of times we move in each direction. That's just a bridge too far. There'd be no way to order that. What about where the gap is? Like there's a gap here, then there's a gap here. There's a gap here first. Then you move the 2 up, there's a gap here. Then you shift the 6 and 7 up, and there's a gap here. And then you shift the 8 up, and there's a gap here. And then lastly, there's a gap here. So might it be this set of digits? This would be 2, 6, 8. Then you get 12 again. That's worse than the rest. Jamie thinks it's this one, 2812. And that would be the ones that we shift up into the blank spaces. 2, and then you don't worry about this, and then the 8 comes up, and then the 12 comes up. The only benefit of reading it as this one, 2812, is that we've got 4 and only 4 digits. The downside, of course, is that this is a weird case where it's 2 digits in one. I don't know, I could guess it could go this way, it could go this way, or it could be neither of those. This is we've seen this before with this game. Ambiguous solutions where there's no way to know what it has in mind. There's lots of possibilities. Could you go the other way too if it was... If you were going from the solution to this, what would you have done? You start by moving the 12 down. You move the 12 down, then you move the 8 down, then you move the 6 and 7 right, and you move the 2 down. Do it in the reverse order. You get 1, 2, 8, 7. Okay, here come the bullets. What should we do? Should we try these? All right, let's try this one. This seems to be the one that we're in closest agreement about. All right, so to try this, it's code 34 followed by our guess. And we think maybe our best guess is 2812. So we're going to come up here. Code 34 2812. It could be anything. It could be anything. It could be a bunch of different ways you could try to make sense of how you would adjust this. I really don't feel like there's a good unique solution here. I'm sure you'll be able to talk yourself into thinking that there's a one. So the way we're saying this is the 2 moves up, then the 6 and 7 we move, but we don't count those because those are already in the right order. They don't need to be fixed. The 8 goes up, it needs to be fixed. And then the 12 goes up, so it needs to be fixed. So 2, 8, and then 1, 2, we're treating as 2 different digits. That's how we came up with this. Now, we're not using this line that's extending here or this weirdness here. We're not using anything else. Okay, let's see what happens. No. All right, there's the bullet. It's a bullet because it's totally ambiguous and there's lots of potential solutions that could be justified. You can't make a puzzle where there's 20 different potentially reasonable solutions, and you as the designer have just picked one of them. So now we're back to telepathy, trying to read the mind of the designer. We know we're in this weird room 3035 too. Could that be it? No, this is clearly the puzzle. No, that's not right. No, that's not right. That's not right. Oh, you mean without fixing it? Before we fix it. Yes, before we fix it is. But look, this is clearly fixed. This is clearly a picture of the solved puzzle. But you're right. If we look at the unsolved puzzle, even though this is showing us the solved one, which strongly suggests to me, yeah, let's take a hint. Let's take a hint because we've lost faith in the game. Here we go. Hint number 1. You need to get the door on card 34 open. Did you spot the hidden number 38 on card 32? Yes, we did. So we got penalized for getting this hint we didn't need. Okay? Here we go again. Somehow, the solution to the 15 puzzle is the code to the door. You can solve the 15 puzzle in 3 steps. Okay? We already figured that out. But we've just gotten penalized for asking for that hint. We've already concluded that the solution to this puzzle is the answer. Okay, now we take our third hint and lose all our points for here. If you move pieces 2, 7, and 12, the puzzle is solved. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. That is wrong. That's wrong. What's happened? What has just happened in this game? Have we just bugged out? Have we just hit a serious bug? We've done exactly this. You move the 2, then these 2 slide, then the 8 goes up and the 12 goes up. And what is it trying to say? It wants you to move the 2 and then the 7? I guess it's saying what you put your finger on. You put your finger on the 7 to slide these 2. And then you put the finger on the 12 to slide the 8 and the 12 up. Yes, that's what it's trying to say. You put your finger on the 2 and slide up, and then you put the finger on the 7 and slide it, and then you put the finger on the 12 and slide it. Yeah, okay, that's another bullet. It's not that that's not a conceivable, consistent solution. It's by far not the convincingly unique solution. Boy, that's just frustrating. It's so disappointing. All right, 2 terrible puzzles in a row. Okay. 2, 7, and then the 12 puzzle gets put in as 2 digits. What happened? Oh, I had to put in the 34 yet first. And then we got penalized for me forgetting to put in the 34. Okay, fuck you. All right. Card 36 comes out. All right, get rid of card 34 and 38. All right, still got a whole bunch of cards out. Thousands of small liquid-filled vials, but which one do you need? Enter 36 followed by the 5-digit sample number. Okay, so now we've got the trivial answer of just looking up the AAABBB and typing in this number. So ridiculous puzzle, now trivial, non-puzzle, for something we spent a half an hour trying to find some significance to. All right, that's fine. It's better than the other 2 puzzles. 36 followed by our 60975. Any objection? Silly. All right. Now we get card 37 out. There's the vial. So we're done with 32. We're done with 35. And we're done with 36. And we have our vial now. All right, let's try to reset, let go of the past, and just move on with what has been up until now, up until the last hour or two, a very enjoyable set of puzzles. This must be the sample. You take it back towards the exit. Look at card 40. All right, looks like it's time to make a run for it. An escape route? A fantastic opportunity, as the guards at the entrance are probably suspicious by now. Look at card 41. And now we're told to get rid of cards 28 and 39, the evil card. Okay, card 41. Looks like we're done with this card. There's nothing to do on this card, or this card for that matter. All right, it's the home stretch. The escape route continues for several hundred meters and ends at a locked door. Okay, so we just used this to get to here, and then we're done with it. All right, I see a secret number, 42, which is here. Okay. You experiment a bit. That could be a little keyword there, bit, zeros and ones. Observe the switches affect the light bulbs differently. It affects these light bulbs. Okay. A switches lights 1 and 2, B switches lights 2 and 3, C 3, D 2 and 4. All light bulbs must be on at the same time for the door to open. Enter the code followed by the switches you are activating. Okay, so we've got 4 bits we can set, 4 switches. And we've got 4 lights. Okay, fair enough. So A, B, C, D. Then we have lights 1, 2, 3, 4. From left to right. From left to right. Okay. A switches lights 1 and 2. B switches lights 2 and 3. C switches light 3. And D switches lights 2 and 4. Now it says switches lights. So is it switching them, toggling them? I mean, we clearly need A on because it only does 1. But then, and we clearly need C on. It's the only thing that, no, sorry, B also turns light 3. So A is the only one that turns light 1 on. But does that mean if we do A and B, it turns light 2 off? Like we've turned it on and then off? Is it toggling the lights? In which case we need A, B, and D. But then how do we get light 3 on? That doesn't, yeah, A, B, and D. I think that's the answer. I think A, B, D. I'm happy to hear alternatives, but the way I think it's trying to say is that A turns light 1 on and turns light 2 on. Then we hit B and it turns light 2 off and light 3 on. And then we hit D, which turns light 2 back on and turns on light 4. So I think A, B, and D is our answer. I think it's saying it's toggling these lights. Or alternatively, you could say that it's a binary number. It has to be toggling them. The switches you're activating 42AB. Okay. All right. Does anyone want to disagree with 42ABD with my reasoning? It has to be that they toggle. Because otherwise you just turn them all on. And it's only telling us what A does in isolation, what B does in isolation, what C does in isolation, and what D does in isolation. All right. Anyone want to object? No one is objecting, so I'm just going to do it. Either no one's paying attention or no one has any thoughts. 42A, B, D. Now, I hate to lose more points after that last one. A is 1 and 2, B is 2 and 3, C is 3, D is 2 and 4. Feels right to me. Okay, no one's No one's chiming in. All right. All the light bulbs come on and the door opens. Look at card 43. So that's a badly written puzzle in English, at least. But so be it. At least we could infer what the only logical solution would be. All right, 41 and 42 go away. All right, we're in a new room here. That looks pretty cool. It's got some secret numbers, 44, 46. You enter a large room with a water-filled pool in the middle, from which there seems to be an escape route. There are dry suits hanging on a rack right over there. I guess we're just going to grab those. But before we do, let's get card 44 and 46. We are approaching the home stretch here. 44 and 46. And we've got dry suits. Okay, let's take a look at what these cards are. All right, 44 is an underwater scooter, so you don't have to swim yourself. Its top speed is approximately 6 kilometers per hour. So these you hold and they just generate this turbine, which pulls water through and propel you. I don't know what this weird thing is. Okay, but we've just given that card. It has no numbers on it. It has nothing to interact with it. So it's just telling us we're going to use this, I guess. Okay, and 46 is on the wall. There's a rotary switch. Enter the code 46 followed by the desired setting. All right, so we can only set this to 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, and it looks like it makes the water go up or down. I guess we need it. We can't drain it of water, otherwise we won't be able to propel ourselves through it. That's weird, but I guess that we want to get the wetsuits first, which would be 431. Which again, it's a black number, but in this case, it's not a puzzle. It's just something you go grab. Look at card 45. Okay, so we suited up in a wetsuit. Now we've got to look at ourselves. Here we are. All right, you put on the dry suit and try to figure out how many air tanks you'll need. Enter code 45 and the number you think is necessary. You keep the gas mask inside the suit when you jump in the water. All right, we've got 2 numbers. Here we go. There's our water level we should be setting. So it looks like we should be setting it to 3. To me, that looks like what it's trying to tell us. Level 3 is the level when we want to go through this. I don't know why you wouldn't just set it to 5. But all right, let's not worry about that for now. 47 and 48. Are the hidden numbers. Okay, 47, here's our air canisters. Small air cylinders contain compressed air at 100 atmospheres of pressure. Your air consumption is probably less than 20 liters per minute if you use the underwater scooter. Oh boy, here we go with our math pressure calculations. Do we need to look on the side of the box again for a little help? All right, and 48 says close up of this. Aha. Now you can see we actually need it to go to 5 if we're going to get through this thing, right? Because if it's at 4, there's no water here. So I think we need it all the way at max. Information poster on the wall. Okay, it sounds like we need to set the water level all the way to 5 in order to fill the highest area that we're going to go. I'm not sure why we wouldn't just set it to 5 anyway, but okay. I think that's the answer to that is 5. And then before we do that, though, we better be ready to jump in the water. All right, let's see what we got here. Is this full? It doesn't look full. We've got 100 atmospheres of pressure. Probably your air consumption is less than 20 liters per minute. Is this telling us how far we have to go to the exit? I think so. Yeah, why don't we just crawl out? Then we don't need anything. That's tempting. Okay, let's see. So assume that this is 750 meters. How far? 6 kilometers per hour. Okay. So let's assume that 750 meters is how far we have to go. 750 meters is what? 0.75 kilometers, right? All right, so if we're going 0.75 kilometers and its top speed is 6 kilometers per hour, so 0.75 kilometers in X time equals 6 kilometers in 60 minutes. So 6x equals 0.75 times 60, which is 45. 0.75 times 60 is 45. Okay, that's right. 0.75 kilometers in X minutes, 6 kilometers in 60 minutes. Seven, 3, 7.5. Okay, so I get 7.5 minutes. Six kilometers in 60 minutes. 7.5 minutes to go 0.75 kilometers. So if we consume 20 liters per minute, and we're doing 7.5 minutes, then we're going to consume 150 liters over the course of 7.5 minutes. That doesn't make sense. Then we need 150 of these. What have I done wrong? 20 kilometers per minute. 1,750 meters. 0.75 kilometers. Is it 4.5? Been sloppy with my sloppy. Has nothing to do that. Okay. I'm being sloppy here with my math, I think. 60 times 0.75. Yeah, I gotta stop. We can go 6 kilometers in 60 minutes. So somehow I told us it was going to take us 45 minutes, but no, 77.5 minutes. Okay, start again. Scooter goes 6 kilometers in 60 minutes, which equals 6,000 meters in 60 minutes. And we want to know how long it will take us to go 750 meters in how many minutes. 6,000 x equals 60 times 750, 0, 0. X equals 7.5. Same answer as before. 7.5 minutes to get to the end. 7.5 minutes to get to the end. Now, this says we consume 20 liters per minute. 20 liters per minute gives us a need for 150 liters. How can that be? And you're saying it's because it's compressed air at 100 atmospheres of pressure. So you're saying 100 liters, the way we're supposed to read this is that's actually equal to 100 liters when it's uncompressed? I don't know how that works. I guess it's air. It's compressed. It uncompresses. Okay. Well, if we're dividing by 100, then we need 1.5 liters. But what does it want us to put in here? It doesn't want 1.5. And Shirley wants whole numbers. So what did we say? 2 to be safe? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Okay. All right. Let's try it. I'm definitely running out of patience for this game, but all right. Boy, things took a bad turn here. All right. Enter the code 45 and the number you think is necessary. We're going to take 45 and then 2. That does not look like it's happy. No, guys, no. 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 So what's happened here? It is punishing us for not turning on the water first. It's not like we forgot to turn on the water. We decided the smart thing to do would be to take the canisters first and then turn on the water. But it has decided now that that's not what we were doing. And what's going to happen now if I turn on the water? Is it going to get completely confused about where we are in the game? Let's find out. $46.5. Now, is it going to get super confused? You set the water level and hear pumps coming on in the distance. And now we're going to do this again. Who knows where it thinks we are or what's going on. Or if it's punished us. 45.2 now we're going to say. Ridiculous. 2 tanks of air seems very reasonable. You bring the underwater scooter into the water and head through the water-filled pipe. After approximately 750 meters, you surface in the open by the coast. So there's the other bullet. It was interesting that it did let you walk out, though, which we hypothesized you should be able to do if you just turn it off. But it clearly didn't want that. And it's punished our score because it couldn't fathom we would pick out the cylinders before we flooded our chamber, which is insane to me. It's a totally backwards thinking. Yeah, flood your chamber and then go figure out how many canisters you need. That makes sense. All right, card 50. All right, now it's having us clean up. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. Okay, so all the escape cards going away. What was 49? This was if you did it in the wrong order. You're afraid the air is toxic and you turn back. Okay, so I see. So you can't walk out. It just says it's toxic. But it penalized us for doing things in the wrong order that we wanted to do it in, even though we were completely reasonable. All right, you sneak around the perimeter of the harbor and pass several soldiers. Finally, you find a lifeless female soldier. She must be infected, and she likes cats. Rats. She's rat person number 8, whatever that means. All right, and then it says get card 51. Okay. You expose the dead soldier's arm and reveal some drawings written with a pen. There's also something weird under the skin of her hand. So she has some more imprinted little chip, seed bug. And then we've got a rat, 8, snail, 5, frog, 2, leaf, 7. And we could try to dig this out of her, I guess. All right, but there's nothing really for us to do except interact with that thing. And I guess you can guess what card we're supposed to use again, because we still haven't been told to get rid of it, which is the screwdriver. So I guess we're going to remove that thing, which probably is some tracking chip or something. So let's use the screwdriver to take that thing out of her hand, just because what else are we going to do? So 251 and then 511. There's really nothing else to do. Look at card 52. All right, we're almost done. There's like 1 or 2 cards left. Okay, what did we take out of her? We're done with the screwdriver. And now we have this little microchip. You dig out a small chip from the dead soldier's hand with the screwdriver. Then you run towards the ferry terminal to get off the island. What about this? Look at card 53. Oh, we're being halted. We're going to need to know the code. An annoyed guard at the ferry greets you with, finally, last minute before we depart. The bombs are about to go off. Okay, and there's a secret number 54. Here's the last card in the whole deck. Checkpoint at the ferry terminal. The hand of the screen changes color to green as you hold the chip close, but that's not quite enough. Enter the code 54 followed by a 4-digit number. Okay, so to get off the island before the bombs drop, we need to know the 4-digit code. And clearly, it's got to be the code. Well, we've got 4 numbers, a 7, a 2, a 5, and an 8. And the question is, what's the order? Is it the order of dominance, like the snail eats the leaf, the frog eats the snail, the rat eats the frog? Do frogs eat snails? Seems like snails eat leaves. Does a frog eat a snail? We've got a hand here. All right, I'm open to hearing ideas. If I had to guess, I'd just do leaf, snail, frog, rat. But I'm not sure on what basis I would do that. I do notice something that we got caught by before in this game is the position of the numbers of the digits. Look at this. The snail has the digit to the right. The frog has the digit to the left. The leaf has the digit to the right. And the rat has the digit for the 8. Has a digit below it. But there's nothing to the left of the digit 7. So it's not like you could be looking at the digit relative to the You can't say, like, what's to the left of the 7. Frogs do eat snails, says Jamie. So what do you think? Is it as simple as the hierarchy? Do rats eat frogs? Just doesn't seem quite right. Then what's the significance of the positioning? None? No significance? Last time we played, that was a critical significance. Do you start at the top or the bottom? Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't. You're right. It is ambiguous. It's ending just like before, where it's ending just like our most frustrating moments, where there's multiple solutions and we're meant to figure out which is the one the designer had in mind. The positioning is weird. It certainly is. It would be natural to say go to the 8, but then even if you gave the proper different digit to each animal, you still have to get the animals in their order. Or you could go up her arm, like this one, this one, this one, then this is at the top from low to high. I don't even know if that's a rat anymore. Is that a fox? I mean, a fox could eat a frog. Would a fox eat a frog? It's a weird hierarchy of eating. I suppose you could still get the same hierarchy if you did it like based on speed. The leaf is the slowest, then comes the snail, then comes the frog, then comes the rat. And then we're just ignoring the positioning. I feel like we could sit here for an hour. I'm not sure if we could convince ourselves that any answer is that much better than any other. Hand on the screen, the 7 would be on the right. I see what you're saying. I was saying that the 7, you can't go to the left of it for the leaf because there's nothing here, but you're saying, but this is her left hand. This is her left hand. You're saying if the left was on the 7 was on the left of the leaf, but yeah, but then that wouldn't make sense why it would be written like this. And it would be upside down. I don't think that makes sense. I guess I'm just going to try to put it in rather than spend an hour here. I'm going to try to put it in on the way that seems like might be the most trivial. It wants 54 followed by the code, and I say we do it in order of speed or eating hierarchy, which means a 7, the leaf, then a 5 for the snail, then a 2 for the frog, then an 8 for the rat or the fox. Do I have any confidence in this? No. Does anyone want to suggest that what they think is better before we hit enter here? Suppose we could try going in the opposite direction as well. But all right, let's just put this in. Oh boy. Okay. You managed to gain access to the terminal and board the ferry. Look at card 55. DJ Moneycut says, I would reverse it based on the fox eats the frog. That would be equally reasonable to try. Okay, card 55 is just this. All right. Enter the code 551 to end the game. You've now completed Down in the Depth, and your total score was 95%. All right, so we did a little bit better than our first game. %. We should be recording how many bullets each game gets us. This one was 4 bullets. How many bullets did we get? In our first game, we got a 91%. But I didn't record how many bullets. I think it might have been 3 or 4 bullets. I'll just do 3 bullets. Whoops. Okay. And then okay. 95%. All right. So yes, at least our score didn't get hit too much. There were some good, well, okay, sorry, we've been playing for an hour and a half. Let's do our normal thing. We'll take a break for 5 minutes. We'll come back. We'll talk briefly about it. And then the finale in 1 week. I'll see you in 5 minutes, and we'll talk about the game. Well, we finished part 2 of Sunshine Island, and now we're going to talk about it a little bit. We'll save most of our discussion for after we play the third part in the chapter. It sounds like I'm on the same wavelength with most of the group here. DJ Moneycut says, rough puzzles aside, the story wasn't as exciting as last chapter. I'm also tired of the heavy use of math in this series. Math isn't a puzzle. It was fine a couple of times, but it's enough already. I agree with the math. If I was soloing this, I wouldn't get past those. Almost like they didn't have enough story this chapter for the full 50. So this was a strange session because for the first half of it, I was really enjoying the puzzles. And then at the end, the thing just went off the rails with those last couple of puzzles in really unforgivable ways. But I do think, first and foremost, I agree with the chat that the story was particularly thin this go-round. I mean, it was basically just us finding an escape route out. We met a person, and it was very exciting. We were like, oh my God, we've got a person we're going to talk to. He's going to explain to us about these spores. Maybe he's going to be evil. Maybe he's just going to try to kill us. Maybe he's going to infect us. It's all dangerous. And then what happened is he's hiding behind the door. As soon as we got rid of the fumes, it says he leaves. That was it. We didn't interact with him. We didn't talk to him, nothing. And same thing all around. No people to interact with, no danger. A couple dead bodies that we took stuff off of. There was, every time there looked like there might be some danger, there wasn't. Right? There was that one room where there was the spores. There was some fungus in the hallway. There was no danger. There was nothing that could go wrong. There was no way to interact with it. There was nothing to do. You just go down and escape. And no people to interact with. This guy who's like, halt, you need to know the code. He disappeared and just left us alone to put in our code. So in addition to the puzzles being bad, the narrative was bad. It was just basically going through an escape, no sense of tension, no sense of danger. That's really a shame, especially in a series where one of the most enjoyable, unique elements of the series was how dangerous everyone seemed and how deadly everything was. And boy, we played some of that first series of Leopold we played. There were people trying to kill us. We were trying to kill people. It felt very tense and dangerous. Like at any moment, things were going to go off the rails. This one, there is no sense of danger or story here. Now, I did like some of those early puzzles. Like this initial puzzles that we were given in the beginning, where there were a bunch of things going on to interact with and different puzzles. And we had to use our brains about which one to tackle next and interact in different ways. Like I like the multi-part puzzle. This one here in particular, we had to set these up and then we had to do the key and then we had to push the button. I like that. And so, and then the little details, like there are lots of details in these puzzles. This isn't great, but it's like, on first glance, you see one thing like 30, 20, 10, and then you look and you see, okay, there's actually a little more subtlety about the actual numbers. And this part was pretty, like the same thing happened here, where it's like, oh, B2 and B4 are 4 levels down, but then when you look a little more closely, you see, oh, okay, they're actually, it's a little more subtle than that. And there was that thing where we had to tie our rope. That was interesting. And then when we got to the finale part of the game, the last bit, it just went off the rails. This ridiculous, convoluted thing where, because we took it seriously, we spent an hour trying to reason about what room the rats were in, and it was just trivially to go to the first set of rooms. And if you had tried to go somewhere else, I don't know what would have happened. And then all of this there was no pattern, no logic to it. It was a very bizarre thing. Like, this was pretty cool, but then this totally went off the rails. And then we started getting into what 50 Clues is the worst at, which are these puzzles where you could argue for 5 different kinds of solutions. And the game punishes you every time you guess one of the wrong ones that the author wasn't thinking about. That's just terrible. Terrible. Inexcusable. And then there was a bunch of stuff that it was just like, well, all we have is the screwdriver. This is all we can do. All we have is a screwdriver. This is all we can do. And then this last puzzle of the game was exactly like this one, where you could say, well, should we go order higher to lower, lower to higher? There's no basis for deciding that. So I don't know what to say. I mean, I guess this particular box was one of our least favorites because the story wasn't that good and the puzzles went off the rails. Although I did like them in the beginning, and I still like the theme of this. As always, the endings of these boxes are completely anticlimactic. There doesn't seem to be any effort to have an arc to the story. It just ends abruptly in the middle with a score, no story, no nothing. So I don't know, I guess we're seeing this is probably the weakest of the 50 Clues boxes we've played. I do love the occasional double-sided cards. I like the art. Other than this thing where sometimes the black numbers, you're supposed to get the right answer. Sometimes you just go explore it. Other than that, the mechanical parts of this work well. I'm still looking forward to the next one, but I feel like someone needs to have a little bit of an intervention here and do a little bit of improvement to this system because it has a huge amount of potential. Just needs a little bit more editing, a little bit more discipline in fixing the bad puzzles, making them less ambiguous, and adding a little bit more story. Any other final thoughts from the chat before we close this session up and get ready for the third box, which will be a week from tonight? Took us 4 hours to play through this, but boy, we spent an hour and a half on a puzzle that didn't deserve it. There's nothing worse than spending hours on a puzzle that does not deserve spending any time on it. And I also do not like this hint system where you're penalized for each hint even though you don't need those hints. On the other hand, the punishment isn't that great. We still got good scores for all of these. Okay, Corsican says that sums it up. All right, well, still a pleasure to play with this group. I really do appreciate having people to share the misery and the feeling of success when we get it right. What is the word for that? Okay, anyway, you've got your assignment. Go watch Outbreak with Dustin Hoffman, and I'll see you next time.